邂逅自由球。10秒，延时。10秒。
And a very good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station Super Tour. This tournament started on the 25th of December, ends on the 4th of January. We are now on round 8 of the losers bracket. Just 4 players left in this tournament. The two you see in this match right now. We have Wang Yun waiting in the grand final. He'll be playing on the 4th. And Liu Chengqi waiting in the losers bracket final later on tonight. So he'll be playing against the winner from this match to see who goes and plays Wang Yun in the grand final. Now this is a race to 19. His winners break format. And this match is between Wu Zhenyu against Chen Jie. And Wu is first on the scoreboard. He is leading 1-0 in this race to 19. Yeah, we had a very exciting match on the TV table last night. That was the winners bracket final. Liu Chengqi against Wang Yun. That was won by Wang Yun, 19 frames to 15. There was a comeback on at one point in the match at the later stages, but wasn't meant to be for Liu Chengqi. So he'll be in action tonight against the winner of this match. To me, it looked like there's a possibility we might see those players playing in the grand final again. But let's see if one of these players can beat Liu Chengqi in the losers bracket final and get into the grand final. Losers bracket final will be at 6 p.m. later today, also a race to 19. Grand final tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time. Also did have Chen Jie on the TV table yesterday morning, was against Yongjun Park, won that match against Yongjun Park, taking out the last remaining international player. Chen coming from a snooker background, having played more than 18 years of snooker before playing the game of Heyball, was national junior snooker champion as well here in China. Also quite a few top 64 finishes for him in these tournaments. Now, if we look at his road through the last 32, stage 3 of this tournament, the last 32 is double elimination, so you can afford to lose one match. But he's been on the winner's bracket for quite some time until he took his first loss. In the winner's bracket, he went through Michael Tomlinson from the UK, 13-4. Next match was against Chen Shangyu, 13-7 in that match. Then Zheng Kongpeng won that 15-13, so he's the player that put Kongpeng in the losers bracket first. And then took his first loss against the player that is in the in the grand final at the moment, against Wang Yun. Lost that 17-14. from there had to go into the losers bracket, and that's where he played Yeongjun Park, won that match 17-12. So he's only had to play one match in the losers bracket. This would be his second, as he did do most of his work through the winners bracket. I think very impressed from Yeongjun Park in this tournament, though. It's a top 8 finish for him, but the players he's had to defeat to get to the top 8, he's gone through Niu Zhang, Zheng Tai as well. He's the player that knocked out Zheng Tai 17-16 2 nights ago. I would say those two players, two of the best this year. I mean, that's grand finals winner and second place. Niu Zhang and Tai both very consistent this year throughout the other tournaments. Tai winner of the Heyball event at the World Games last year, 2025. Going to be interesting to see how he gets on this 15 ball. Does look like it passes from where he's standing at the moment, so if he can get the cue ball back to that side, that's where he wants it. So here you're playing for exact cue ball position. Needs a bounce. Might just have it. Even yesterday against Yeongjun Park, he was behind for quite a bit of that match. He was 6-2 down at the first break, 9-7 down, and then he just found another gear. Once he went 14-10 up, the match was his. And Yeongjun Park winning most of his matches, though, from the front, his excellent front runner. It was one of the first times we saw him playing from behind and having to chase the scoreline. But when you are chasing a player like Chen Zhu, not easy at all. As you see, how well has he executed this clearance? Position on the 15, that was the key. And the score is 1-1 in this race to 19. I'd like to know some predictions for this match, because we did see in the comment section yesterday quite a few people were saying that the two players that played yesterday won't be able to handle Wu Zhenyu. The previous frame was a rack and run from Chen Zhu. And this time it is going to be a dry break from him, so it's going to be which player can find the break as well. I don't expect too many mistakes at this stage in the tournament from these two players. So at 1-1 in this race to 19, it is Wu Zhenyu at the table. Now he's had 2 third-place finishes in the recent station events, also a consistent top 32, top 64 finisher. You'll never find him outside the top 64 in these tournaments. And what a showing yesterday against Kong Pong. That was an amazing match. I mean, he had the amount of break-in runs he had in that race to 17. Let me just pull that up quickly. So he beat Jung Kong Pong 17-14 with 7 break-in runs, 8 rack-in runs. That's 15 one-visit clearances out of 17 points. That is an unbelievable standard. Now, if we look at his route in the last 32, beat Jose Delgado from Spain 13-2. Next match was against Jia Liao, won that 13-12. Then went on to beat Chen Ming 15-5. That is a huge scoreline. And then lost to Liu Chengqie, player that waits in the losers bracket final, lost that 17-16. So if Wu wins here, they are going to meet again. And that was how he ended up in the losers bracket. And I think his first match in the losers bracket so far was against Jung Kong Pong, and that was yesterday morning, won that 17-14. So both these players have only played one match in the losers bracket. Now, we did speak about the fatigue factor coming through the losers bracket, but that's not really the case for these players because they've not had to play 2 matches a day. The rest of the losers bracket had to, the players they faced. For instance, like Chen Zhe playing Yongjun Park, and even Jung Kong Pong had to come through the losers bracket also. So interesting to note that. So I don't think the fatigue factor might play such a role in this tournament. We look back at the last 5 station events. The winner always came from the winner's bracket. Because as I mentioned before, if you are in the losers bracket, you're playing twice a day. Starts off with race to 13s, then 15, then 17, and now 19. For example, the winner of this match, because it is still losers bracket, he'll be playing again tonight. Well, at 6 p.m. So depending when this match finishes, you'll have maybe 2 or 3 hours break and then playing another race to 19 against another fierce competitor. Whereas, player that's in the grand final already, Wang Yun, who has not taken a loss, he's the only player who has not lost a match in stage 3 last 32. He has the day off today. So no matches at all for him. He can practice and, go through his routine, whatever he does to prepare for the grand final tomorrow. Now, some would say it might be an advantage to have the table time, but I don't think so. These players get enough table time. They practice 8 hours a day. But to play 2 race to 19s, you're looking at 2 minimum 4-hour sessions. Can really take its toll on the mind and the body. So I would like to know from you guys who are on the stream, what are your predictions? 4 players left. The 2 players you see in this match, we've got Liu Chengqie and Wang Yun in the grand final already. It's not there. Yeah, didn't land that perfect on that 9, so not to be with that finish from Wu Zhenyu. Now, even with last night's match winners bracket final, it was very close. They were going rack for rack. It was a very close scoreline. At 8 frames played, it was 4-all. At 16, it was 9-7. And then all of a sudden, Wang Yun kicked it up another gear, pulled the lead to 15-9, then 18-14. Wasn't really a way back for Liu Qingqie. In his match against Yongjun Park, to see some good tactical play from Chen Jue. Especially at the beginning of the match, if he's not certain of a finish, he's not going to take it on. He's going to wait until he's sure of it. He's not going to take unnecessary risks, but this cue ball is coming close. So do we put that down to good fortune or just pure skill? I would think a piece of the 15 is available, but he might have the jaw in his way. He's down on it. It means there is a piece of the 15 available to Wu Zhenyu. Yeah, tough ask to get that in from that angle. Very difficult shot that. So this is losers bracket round 8. Just 4 players left now. Winner of this plays Liu Qingqie in the losers bracket final, 6 p.m. today. Race to 19. Winner of that goes on to play Wang Yun in the grand final tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time here in China. And as always, thank you guys so much for being on the stream and joining us. We hope you're having a lovely festive period, had a good new year, and have a great 2026. Guarantee you there will be a lot of Heyball action coming to you in 2026 on this page, at least. The Joy pages. First tournament is, I think, in a week's time after this. Head over to Australia in Brisbane for the Heyball World Cup. That is a team event, so you'll see countries competing as teams against each other. That is going to be very exciting. Now, teams have not been announced yet. Of course, we are waiting for that announcement. Another announcement we are waiting for is the dates for the Grand Masters Finals, the Joy Heyball Masters Grand Finals. That is the event that everyone looks forward to. Even if you haven't played in the station events like this, we get a lot of players coming for that event, looking at possibly 1,000 international players this year. For that event, hotel is paid for, transport to and from the hotel, from the venue, from the airport. So all transfers included. Breakfast included as well. So all you have to do is pretty much get yourself to China, and the rest is taken care of. There is no entry fee. And first prize of that tournament is usually 5 million RMB. So roughly around $700,000 first prize money for the Grand Masters Finals. Previous one was held in Chengdu, won by Niu Zhang. Second place, Zheng Tai. Third place, Fon Menkyo. It's a good pot on the 6. That's an excellent pot on the 6 from Chenju. If you are interested in participating in any of these events, feel free to contact the Joy staff, contact this page or the WHT page. Just send a message on Facebook and we will get back to you regarding playing in any of these tournaments, and even the Grandmasters finals. We'll help you wherever we can with the visa processing and things like that, documentation for that, to get yourself here to China. You should be playing a bit of low right hand side on the cue ball here. Little bounce off the cushion. He's not perfect, but he is okay on this black ball. Perfect would have been hand on the table. Gets it, it's there. That was a tough pot. Chenju with his second point. He's 2-1 up against Wu Zhenyu. As you can see, winners break format here in this tournament right through. No time limit from stage 2 onwards. Made into the right center pocket. So when this tournament starts, the Super Tour, it is like the grand finals. Meaning the way the brackets are played, the internationals play separately to the Chinese players, and we have first an international qualifier before even stage 1 starts. Now in that qualifier, we take 160 down to 80 very quickly within 2 days. So usually 5 sessions a day. It's race to 7, 100-minute time limit at that stage. So even possible that you could play 2 matches a day. And if you are not playing well, you could be out already. So you very quickly have to get through the international qualifiers. Once you do that, you are in stage 1, still playing against international players, and it is still a race to 7, 100 minutes. Once you get to stage 2, now you've added the superseded players like Gareth Potts and such. Gareth Potts, Matthew Salt, Jack Whelan comes into play, Foneman Cure. Now it's a race to 13. 64 players down to 16, and that top 16 international players join the top 16 Chinese players in stage 3. So stage 3 is the first time where the international players and the Chinese players mix. And it is an open draw at that stage, double elimination. Now that's in contrast to the Division 1 tour, which is the tournament you'd have seen just before this. That ended on the 24th of December, and that was won by Kong Dejing, beat Chen Siming in the final. In that tournament, 650 Chinese players with about 50 plus international players. You're looking at 704 players open draw from the beginning, which means you can, as an international player playing in that tournament, you can go up against Zhang Kumpeng in the first round. Now, what an experience, what a way to test your game, what a way to learn the game by playing against the best players in the world here in both tournaments. Yeah, we saw the miss from Chen Zhe to the center pocket. Those center pockets catch you, the inside jaw especially.
10秒。
Opportunity now for Wu Zhenyu to equalize here. The dangerous thing about him, what I saw yesterday against Kang Peng, is if he finds his break, then you have a problem. He's a very, very tough player to stop, especially when he's in front, breaking well, making those break and runs and rack and runs as well. Yesterday, out of 17 frames played, he's had 15 one-visit clearances. Looking at the stats of that match, that was one of the highest standards that we've had in this tournament thus far. Could say only bettered by Jing Zhaohai, having those 7 consecutive break and runs on the TV table in the Division 1 tournament. Looking at where the 2 is, accessible to the right center pocket. Don't really think there's a need to even go into the 1 here. Just needs to be behind it like that. And how you can immediately see a player is so dangerous at this game is when they make it look easy. As soon as it starts to look easy and effortless, then you know this player is a real force. This is a small tester here though, we've seen these missed. Yeah, no problem at all, even rolls it in. So much trust he has in his stroke. We usually see that stunned in, which you could have done from there. A little stun run to get on the 2, but rolled it in means you know exactly what you're doing. There's no decel at all in your stroke, and that cue is going through straight and hitting exactly where you want it to hit on the cue ball. It's too clean from Wu Zhenyu. And this is his first visit to the table after his opponent's break. And it's there. That's a rack and run for him and equalizes at 2-all.
局吴镇宇开球。
Yeah, it was a very, very clean finish from Wu Jinyu in that previous frame. Doesn't look like he's got the break right yet, though. The 2 and the 9, those were the balls tracking to the center, just coming above the center pocket, catching the center pocket jaw on the outside. I can see why he's got a higher break and run rate now. Looking at that break, that's the break that's usually very consistent. Once he finds the right pace and the sweet spot, getting a ball in the center and then having quite an open table, not much on the cushion with that break, as you can see. A few clusters, but only one ball actually near a cushion.
10秒。
Yeah, that is very, very true. It is not easy to make this game look easy. That's why when you see a player making this look easy and effortless, I say that's the key word, effortless. So I am a player myself and have played in this tournament. Now, after a visit to the table, you come back to your chair, you have to wipe some sweat off your brow. It feels like you're working out there. And then you see these players, so calm, so cool. The heart rate looks like it's always around resting heart rate. And then there's most of us who go back to our chair and you can hear your heart beating. Funny game, this. Right, yeah, that's when you know you're watching really great players, when they make it look like it's just normal. It's an everyday thing. Just going about their business. And then most times with these players, you're not even seeing a reaction when they do miss. Although it's not often. So I hope you guys have actually watched some of the other matches on the TV table where you've seen that this game can be difficult if you see some players when they are struggling and things just not going their way. Doesn't always look like this. What you also notice about these players is it's rare to see them fighting the cue ball. Most times always using the natural angles, natural pathways around the table. The only player who I've actually seen use a lot of check side and always trying to check the cue ball is actually Wang Yun. Plays it very obviously when he does play that shot. That's a tough pot. Been a bit unfortunate with the 9 though, the 3 onto the 9. So me, before doing commentary, I'm a player first. So I've played in a few of these events, this one included. Did fairly decent, I have to say. Made it through the international qualifier. Won matches in stage 1.
10秒。
But in the losers bracket, playing twice a day. So I exactly know how it feels. Although at that point it is a race to 7. There was actually a day where I played 3 times in a day. So I know exactly how that feeling of fatigue feels. Yes, you concentrate for those 3 matches in that day. But when you have to play another match at 9 a.m. the next morning because you are in the losers bracket, there's no brain left. Can't work. Doesn't want to work. Especially if you're not putting in that kind of practice and hours of match play and practice. Your body can handle one day of that, but the next day it just doesn't want to. So for me, especially watching and seeing how easy these players make it look, I can imagine how it looks at home. It really looks like anyone can play this game at this level. But if you have had the good fortune on playing on one of these tables, yeah, he's executed that very well as Chen Zhe. I do see I'm not the only one that that finds the heart beating faster when you are off the table or at the table. It's interesting to know that you guys feel the same. Yeah, it's a major factor here. And as I was saying, if you've had the privilege of playing on one of these tables are also for sale. So if you are looking for one, we have put the links in the description. You can get one of these tables. This is the Joy Q8 golden leg steel block table. And if you want to play on the best equipment, this is it. This is what we are playing on the official table of the Grandmasters final. It is cloth with Lieberwind 8848 cloth also. So to play this game at the highest standards, you have to play on the best equipment. It's what these players practice on also. So when they come to a tournament, it is very similar conditions. But if you have played on these tables, you'd really appreciate what these players are doing. These are American pool balls, so 2¼ inch pool balls with pockets that are 85 millimeters at the slate drop. Now I know I've just mixed millimeters and inches, but to put that into perspective, there is not much space after one ball is in that pocket on either side. You've seen players miss balls here where it just catches the inside jaw, even the outside jaw. This is a very, very difficult game to master. It takes the best aspects of most of the cue sport. You have the snooker cut pockets, cushions, and cloth. And also this is 9 foot, so it's a 3/4 snooker table, effectively. You got the game of pool, so the tactics that are in pool, the pattern play, the shot selection, getting through a rack, like American 8-ball. And then you have the American pool balls. So many players who are currently playing this game do come from different cue sport backgrounds. The younger generation now coming through in China, they have been only playing Heyball, so that's been the #1 sport for them. Not really having a background in any other cue sport, straight into Heyball, because look at the opportunity, the money. It's life-changing. This tournament, the winner gets $277,000 US. life-changing amounts of money here. And if they did come into stage 2, it means they're only really playing for 6 days. So for 6 days of work to make 277,000 US dollars, that's why the youth in China are putting in so much time. Another excellent pot from Wu Zhenyu. That was not easy at all. Such a fine angle into that center pocket. Absolutely no room for error. We're going to see that again. Here it is. Look at how far down the cushion it is. Almost impossible. Now, what you'll always notice about these players at this level is the shot selection. It's most times never the easiest shot on the table. It's the correct shot. Now, during a clearance, usually the easiest shot, the first shot you see, and the easiest one is not the correct shot to go about. There might be a slightly tougher shot, but taking that shot opens up the rest of the table. He's taken this clearance very well so far, as Wu Zhenyu. It's there, no problem at all. Third point on the board. He equalizes with the rack and run.
欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
A very high standard here. That was a very quick rack and run from Wu Zhenyu. Now, I've said he's very dangerous if he can find the break. He is the player that beat Zhang Kumpeng in the previous round, 17-14. 15 one-visit clearances in that. The 10's going to go. He's got the 10. Look at the cue ball control. He deserved more from the break. He's controlled the cue ball well. It's got kicked up table. Taking the 13 to the center. It's there, stripe secured for Wu Zhenyu. One of the main things I notice when I'm watching these players, especially the top Chinese players, is how calm they are. That is one of the most noticeable things. You cannot detect any stress. If I had to compare that to how I feel, I don't think I look as calm as these players when I'm at the table. Not at all. Because you can, if it's a high pressure situation especially, you can feel the adrenaline. You can feel your heart racing. That's what can sometimes also cause a slight twitch in the back arm. when you miss a shot you shouldn't. That's also the problem with taking your emotions into this game, and not a good thing if you do carry the misses with you and beat yourself up for it. There's not many players who can do that. You'll see some players, and some of the top players as well, they miss a ball, they beat themselves up for missing the ball. You can see it on them. And then they are able to come to the table and act like nothing's happened. Very few players can control their emotions like that. Another superpower to have in the game of pool is to be able to control your mind, control your emotions. Because I feel there's many players who can compete at a very high level. In this game, yes, some people are really blessed with natural talent and can pot from anywhere, make natural position, and are just natural born players of the game. But you do get the players who grind, put in the work, the 8 hours. Now those kind of players, they have made themselves into great players. And then at that level, that's where the mind comes into play, the emotions. Having that grit to play at your best, 18 all race to 19, final frame. Or to play from behind. That's another superpower to have here, to be, I'll say, 10-2 down and to be able to still fight. That's what we saw the other day. Gareth Potts 10-2 down against Zhang Tai. Tai with 5 or 4 consecutive break and runs. And Gareth was able to get back into that match, bring it within 2 frames. Unfortunately for him, he did lose the match, but the grit that he showed there. But look at the class on display at the moment on this TV table from both these players. And that is our first break and run. Wu Zhenyu takes the lead, 4-3 up against Chen Jie. That's a clear case of making this game look way easier than it is. Our first break and run of the match. Wu Zhenyu made that 10 ball on the break. Unbelievable quality from these players. Makes another ball, makes 2 balls on the break. Almost gets the 10 also. So far the score is 4-3 to Wu Zhenyu over Chen Jie. It is a race to 19. We've got Wu Zhenyu, 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. Chen Jie, just the 2 rack and runs at the moment. Now this is the 8th frame being played. Just under an hour, you can call it about an hour played at the moment for the 7 frames so far. After this frame, we will have a player break every 8 frames. He's taken his extension, so he's added 30 seconds to his 45-second shot clock. Players get one of those extensions per frame. Can he get a second consecutive break and run on the board and take us 5-3 into the player break? I expected him to come around the 10. That means this table is not playing that quick this morning. Also the ability to adapt to table conditions. The table plays very different whether it's humid or dry, hot or cold, how long the lights have been on. All these things affect the table conditions. The way the cushion bounces depending on whether the aircon has been on or not. Now these players at this level, they'll very quickly calibrate to that. So he would recognize that that cue ball came up, I'd say 3 rolls short. Next time he has to play a shot like that where he has to move the cue ball, might just put a little bit more pace into it so that doesn't happen again. But then again, the table can start playing differently as the session goes. The session could be 4 to 5 hours. So if the lights have been on it for 4 hours, if the AC has been on for 4 hours also, played a good containing safety there. He hasn't left anything on the table, although his opponent has 6 balls on. What has he left on the table? This is not an easy 6 ball. Absolute perfection. Look, a shot like that, you're not going center pocket. It goes in off the jaw. It's fine. You just want to make that ball because it's a tough place to be in where the cue ball was. And that angle on this table is always tough, coming across the angle. It's another of the shots these players practice thousands of times. Now it's no surprise. These players do practice about 6 to 8 hours a day minimum. So if players like us, or like many players, are only practicing 1 or 2 hours a day, or 1 or 2 hours a week, it is very difficult to compete at this level. Have to have the discipline. You have to give yourself a chance. Next question would be, what do you practice? It's easy enough saying I'm going to try to practice for 1 hour or 2 hours, but what is it that you are practicing? Because with this game as well, it's, you know the saying, practice makes perfect. But here I'd say perfect practice makes perfect. You have to be practicing the right things. Which is why I do feel having a coach is really important. I think he's paced that just perfect. I think he's paced that just perfect. Now that was a shot where he had to know the pace of the table. He had to know how it's rolling. Would have gauged that from that earlier shot, and as you can see, he's on this. He gets it, 5-3, Wu Zhenyu, as we go to the 8-frame player break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
肩腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑伟国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动。 在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质。
暂停结束，比赛继续，第9局吴镇宇开球。
And we are back after the 8-frame player break. The score is 5-3 in favor of Wu Zhenyu over Chen Jue. This is a race to 19, losers bracket round 8. And at the moment, both these players putting on such a show for us. There you see the hand going up on the break. That's because this break is so intentional that when these players make a ball that's not expected, so he knows he wants to make a ball in the center pocket. There you see the hand going up. As I said, it's so intentional. When they make a ball where it's not supposed to go, they do apologize for that. But at these tournaments, it's always such an absolutely high standard. Last night's match also was very, very exciting. Not the most break-in runs as such, but Liu Qingqie and Wang Yun, what a show they put on for us in the winners bracket final. So I can just imagine looking at what's happening here and what is still to come. We are really in store for some great action now, later, and tomorrow. It's a good pot. Decent cue ball also, and he's off and going again is Wu Zhenyu. Yeah, look, there are quite a few people who would argue the point that the practice is not the most important thing. It's not the only thing. Yes, it's not the only thing, but I feel it's a major thing in making a great player. See from one of the comments on YouTube stream, Aloysius Yap, best pool player in 2025, practices every day. And we really do appreciate the comments, your insight and expertise from the pool fans in the comment section. Thank you for the information. See that Aloysius Yap was coached by Chang Junling in Taiwan when he was younger. Practiced together 10 to 12 hours a day. Very similar to what happens here in China with these Chinese players. Most of them have a coach, if not all, Shifu. And they are trained and they practice together at least 8 hours a day. They have meals together, practice together. It's more of a mentor as well than just a coach. The coach becomes a life coach, and there's so much respect, mutual respect in that relationship between student and coach here in China especially. And you see, no matter how successful the student gets, or how popular or how much money they have, the respect for the coach will always be there, no matter how old they are. That's the culture here in China. For example, you have Tang Shunshao. She is coached by Jing Yubor. Zhao Ruliang, coached by Yang Fan. This time it's not there, just slightly catching the outside jaw, unfortunately. Those shots are not easy on this table, not at all. It's tough to even make that shot look easy. But these players still are able to do that. I also do see that we have fans from all across the globe watching these streams. Thank you guys so much for being on the stream, and really I'm glad to be here keeping you guys company on these Joy streams. It is a privilege for me to be watching these players, commentating on these players, and here with you guys on the stream. Do appreciate the engagement also. It is nice when I do hear about you guys' pool background and where you are from as well. It's an opportunity for Chen Jie to get his 4th point on the board. Everything's out in the open. And this is a loser's bracket round 8 if you are just tuning in at the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. This is the Super Tour. The last 4 players remaining. Those are the 2 players you see currently in this match. Waiting in the loser's bracket final is Liu Chengqie, and waiting in the grand final is Wang Yun. So I've come to China now, I think 5 times so far, played in these events. But since I do the commentary also, what happens is I usually stay longer than most of the international players. For example, at the moment, all the international players have been unfortunately knocked out of the tournament, so they are on their way home. I think I am the last international player left here, or should be within the next few days. So I also witness the way these players practice, the Chinese players, and And I witness the culture here. I have a huge respect for the culture and these players. It's always very intriguing to me watching these players and watching them with their coaches as well, how they conduct themselves, the way they practice, the amount they practice. Very well executed clearance from Chenja to get his 4th point on the board with a rack and run. Chenja at the table to break in this 10th frame, and just having a look at the rack, players are allowed to do that. It does come off their time, however, when they do look at the rack. But you are allowed to ask for the pack to be re-racked by the referee if you are not happy and if the referee agrees. That's the break. That's the break, the slightly softer break, getting a ball into the center pocket. Cue ball control. 12 goes into the center. That's an excellent pot. That is a beautiful pot. Not able to kiss the 4 out. He might still be able to get the 4 in, though he's looking at it to the top right. So my personal take on things is if you do realize that, for example, in this game, players who are dominating this game are the Chinese players. So you have to learn what you can from them, watch them, respect. And for me, that's my take on things, is you have to respect people to learn from them. You have to respect what they do, respect how good they are, respect the culture, the tradition. And that's when you can truly learn from people, and after respecting people. Yeah, so usually being the last international person at these tournaments, you do see a lot of things that the other players don't see. Because there's less people around, less noise, less action. When I say less people around, less players. You'll see the stadium full of spectators for the grand final tomorrow. And we were talking about the amount that these players practice now. Playing in tournaments doesn't disrupt their practice routines. So yesterday, both these players played. Wu Zhenyu played against Zhang Kompang in the morning, and Chen Zhe played against Yongjun Park on the TV table. That was the earlier session. In the evening session, Liu Chengqie against Wang Yun. Both these players were still in the venue on the practice tables, practicing after they had just played for 4.5 to 5 hours. It was a very tight squeeze on the 4 that was not easy at all. Look at stripes on the table. This is a tough clearance to make. It's most likely going to have to find a safety here somewhere. It's a nice shot. That's a really nice shot. Gets the 15 out, gets the 13 in front of the pocket. Could have rolled a little bit more. So far in this match, we've got 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs for Wu Zhenyu. Just the 3 rack and runs for Chen Zhe. Looks like he's taking this 2-ball on. That was another very tough pot to make. He gets a bit lucky with it going into the bottom right corner. And I think he might have position on the 3 also. Hand goes up. Look at the cue ball more importantly. He's going to land on the 3. He does. Now with the 13. Bottom left corner not blocking the pocket. It does mean that the black ball could go. Wasn't too much he could do with the cue ball. He was always going to be pushing the 9, and that was going to halt the cue ball in its tracks. Now he could settle for a tougher black ball here because there is a slight guide having the 13 at the bottom left corner pocket for it. No, it's not there, unfortunately, and he was coming into the angle of the black ball. Was going to have shape on that black ball, but not to be. Now, besides the practice factor of these players, it's also the match play. As much as you can practice solo, you have to have high intensity match play to build that BMT to be able to play in these tournaments at this level. And that's what these players have. Their local tournaments are like this tournament. It's that kind of level, race to 17s, race to 19s. So imagine pitching up to your local tournament and you have Niu Zhang, Zhang Tai, Wu Zhenyu playing in that tournament. If there's 64 players playing in the tournament and you are the worst player, if you're doing that for a year, I can tell you what, you're going to be a much better player. It's definitely going to elevate your game. But you have to come to these tournaments. You have to experience this. can see what he's tried to do there. He's tried to get the 11 off as well. So with that one shot would have opened that up, just having the 14 on the ball cushion. Not easy, this 4 to the bottom right corner. And this time, if it doesn't go, table looking much better for Wu Zhenyu. How does he get to the 4? He has to swerve a bit here past the 11 to widen the angle that he's going to come into. He's done that. He's widened the angle. He's got the 4. Has a very good hit from Chen Jie. Goes, he releases the black ball. Where is it going? Very close to the ball cushion. So with only 4 players remaining and this being a loser's bracket match, loser of this match unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. Winner will go on to play in the losers bracket final against Liu Chengjie. As you can see, also knows when to go for the clearance, when not to go. Cue ball tight in behind the 11 once again. And this time with the 4 being more out in the open, it's much tougher to get. So easy to just come around the 4. This is a tough one to get. Say 2 cushions, has to contact the right side cushion before the center pocket here. That's if he's going 2 cushions, and then there we go. It's close. Just pass. That was a great effort though, of 2 cushions to come into that 4 ball. That's ball in hand anywhere on the table, and that's from great safety that he did play. Just a little bit of an extra roll on that cue ball that makes him almost straight on this 11. Able to just stun out a little bit. He is not very happy with that. And the reason he's not too happy is because of where the 4 is. If the 4 was along a cushion somewhere, different story. That is a fantastic pot from Wu Jianyu. That is a brilliant pot. I'd say pot of the match thus far. He gets his 6th point on the board. After 10 racks played here in this losers bracket round 8, it is 6 frames to 4 for Wu Jianyu over Chen Jie. This is a race to 19 winners break format here. Now center pockets. Doesn't make anything in the center this time. He's put a lot more power into that break. As we see that again, you can see the power. Cue ball almost going into the center pocket. That black ball in the previous frame for Wu Jianyu. That is pot of the match thus far. Very tough. Especially with where the cue ball was. Hand not on the table. You're cueing off the cushion. So at the moment, only the 2 frames in it between these 2 players. So aiming to go into the 5 there. Now this having the 1 out a little bit mean if he lands low on the 1 on this side of the table. Left side, he could still go into the 5. He's called his extension. It's 30 seconds added to his 45-second shot clock. Get 1 of those per frame. It was a tough shot to get right also. Getting the angle right to bank that 5. What I did notice against Yongjun Park, Chen Jie tends to start playing his best usually around the middle of the session. Because even against Yongjun Park, he was behind. He was behind 6-2. It's quite a big difference. Made it back to 9-7 and then took the lead at 14-10. And after that, it was just one-way traffic for Chen Jie. So far in this tournament, we've had spectacular matches on the TV table. Every match has been brilliant from these players. But also a few standout international players who made it to the top 32 in this tournament. Yeah, that means they were making it to the top 32 in the tournament, means they were top 16 of the international bracket. Yuma Dorner from Germany, now he came through. He came all the way from the international qualification. So started on day one at the very beginning of the tournament. I would say another international player, Hayley Moore from New Zealand, I believe, also came through from the international qualifier. I think it's his first time playing in China. And what a brilliant performance from him. Kim Larksonen also went quite far in stage 3. So the international players are really putting in work. And of course, the last international player that was left standing until yesterday, Yongjun Park from Korea. Top 6 finish for him. He's had a top 6 finish at the Grandmasters finals, was hoping to go further this year. But just couldn't find his best form towards the end of that match against Chen Zhe on the TV table yesterday morning. Now it is quite impressive when we have international players that come all the way from the international qualifiers, because in this tournament you get the qualifier, then you get stage 1, where a group of seeded players are added, 16 seeded players. So they didn't have to play the qualifier. Then you have stage 2, where another set of seeded players are added. Those players didn't need to play stage 1. So for a player to come right from the international qualifiers and to make it into the final stage, it's an absolutely brilliant feat. A cracking pot. That is a beauty of a pot. He pushes the 6 towards the ball cushion though. Yeah, more interesting facts on Hayley Moore. Only played the game for 6 weeks before coming over, and what a performance he put on in this tournament. And his first match, he goes up against Gareth Potts. And there was a point in time the score was 8-all in that race to 13 match. He was holding Gareth Potts in that match, but unfortunately for Hayley Moore, Gareth Potts taking it in the end, 13-8. But to play against the best international Heyball player in the world, the only international player to ever win the Grandmasters finals, winning it 3 times, and to hold him at 8-all and take him to 13-8. What a feat that is, Hayley Moore. I was very, very impressed with his showing at this tournament. Although it was his first time here in China, I can guarantee you after a performance like that, he's going to be so hungry to play more of this game and to put in the work at home, practice and come back for these tournaments, because now he's seen what he can do. So we do hope to see a lot more international players coming here for the first time and returning back to play in these tournaments in China. Position for the 6. Cued that very well. So much acceleration with the cue ball there. And that shot is so much about timing, more about timing than anything else. The tip, the cue, the shaft, you give a player who can time the ball properly, any equipment, and they can play that shot to a very high level. As you can see, just slightly off straight on this one ball. And this tells us that the black ball definitely does pass the 12. Taken these very well as Chen Zhe. And that's 5th point on the board. The score is 6-5 in favor of Wu Zhenyu over Chen Zhe in this race to 19. Losers bracket round 8. The level is so high in this match, but it's been high all tournament. Every match we've had on the TV table has been pure excitement. Score is 6-5 here after 11 frames played. And there's that break, the slightly softer break. And to be honest, I prefer this break to the much more powerful, slightly wilder break where you are losing the cue ball. You're sacrificing cue ball control for speed and hoping that the velocity of the balls running around the table makes a pot somewhere. And what you'll see is when these players start to dial in that more control break like this one here, that's when you see the consecutive break and runs coming. It's close, it's going to get there, it's there with the rest from that angle. Now the black ball not available into the left center pocket on our screen, which means can't really leave the 13 on the ball cushion for last. Yeah, that's why it is looking like it is going to be 9 as his last ball before the black ball to connect him onto that black ball. So still a little bit of work to do with the cue ball from the 13 to get nicely onto the 9. There is an angle, he's left it low. Which means cue ball, natural trajectory after potting the 13, takes it down the table slightly. Stun that in. And look at how much he got off the cue ball from that angle. Now this at the moment is off his break. It was that softer, more controlled break. Potted a ball in the center pocket. Haven't seen a break and run from Chen Jie yet in this match. Everything he does is very controlled when he's at the table. And once again, can't detect any emotion, any level of stress. And his first break and run is on the board. He has leveled the match at 6-all.
从事大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌。胶边选正红。It is a very tight match between these two players at the moment. We're all square after 12 frames, 6-all between Wu Zhenyu and Chen Jie. Previous frame was a break and run from Chen. There's that break again. This time the 9 kicks the 15 away from the center. Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay of that. You'll see the 15 heading towards the center pocket and the 9 off one cushion just kicks it past. Now what you do notice also with the softer break and the head-on softer break is if a ball is not made, you are leaving quite an open table. Which is why sometimes you'll actually see players completely change the break from the side if they know they are not making a ball consistently, and purposely not leave an open table, because if you aren't making a ball, you know you aren't making a ball. It's not working for you no matter what you're doing. You can't keep leaving an open table. Because at this level, in this tournament, at least from stage 2, stage 3 onwards, the one visit clearance rate is so high.
As you can see, he's not exactly where he wanted to be for this 10. Reason being, he's had to check that off the cushion slightly. Used a touch of inside English there to keep the cue ball further away from the 13, otherwise was heading closer to the 15-13. Yeah, nice little nudge on the 15 means that it should have been slightly easier. If you are just joining us, this is stage 3 of this tournament, day 10 of the Super Tour here at the Nanning Joy Heyball Masters station. Last 4 players remaining. This is losers bracket round 8 between these 2 players. We have Liu Chengqie waiting in the losers bracket final, which will be at 6 p.m. today. He'll be playing against the winner of this match. And the player in the grand final already, Wang Yun. Grand final will be tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time, race to 23. We'll talk about how well he did with the cue ball to get from where it was after potting that 15 to at least get it back onto this side of the table. That's an excellent pot. That is a cracking pot to bridge up like that, although it looked like it's so close to the pocket. That means he's hit the cue ball and the object ball exactly where he wanted to, even though he was bridging and hampered by the 7 like that. I can't tell you how tough that shot is. Almost full table distance. And when you elevate the cue like that, if you notice when players are swerving the cue ball, you elevate the cue like that. So in that case, a touch of side would be swerving the cue ball and you'd miss the pot. You can miss the pot completely. You can miss a pocket ball like that. Might have to use the rest here though for the 14. Now this so far is off his opponent's dry break. Has not been the easiest run on stripes. It's there, he's played that very well. Nice little soft screw to be on the black ball to the right center pocket. That's a rack and run, 7 points on the board for Wu Zhenyu. He leads 7-6 over Chen Jie. If you saw the statistics in between the match, in between the frames, they would have seen both on 1 break and run each, 3 racks and run each. Score currently 7-6 to Wu Zhenyu, is at the table. And hasn't made a ball this time. So this might be the stage in the match where we get to where it's rack and runs until one of these players find the break. Just passing 2 hours of play thus far. This is a race to 19. So I'd say about a third of the way to the finish line. And the winner of this match will be playing another race to 19 at 6 p.m. later today. So in 6 hours' time, they will be playing another race to 19. That will be the losers bracket final against Liu Chengqie. Now both these players coming through stage 3, they've only played one match in the losers bracket. This is their second. Wu Zhenyu defeated Zheng Kampeng yesterday, 17-14. Chen Jie defeated Yongjun Park on the TV table. That was yesterday morning as well. So that was their first matches in the losers bracket, which means they haven't been playing twice a day like the other players that were in the losers bracket. Now, last night we spoke about the fatigue factor when you have been playing twice a day, so might not see it affecting these players that much. And also to back that up, the last 5 station events or last 5 events have been won by a player coming through the winners bracket. Now, I don't think a touch on the 15 was needed there, otherwise you'd have got it. The 15 should be available from where the 12 is. So it's not going to be that easy. As you can see, almost dead straight on the 10 ball. Not only does he have to pot the 12 down table, he has to control the cue ball to land on the 15, which is surrounded by those solids, bottom end of the table. He wouldn't really mind landing straight on the 15. If you do land straight on the 15, deep screw off the right side cushion, you're coming out for the black ball into the same pocket. You land too low, you might be snookered. You land high, you have to worry about traffic. Yeah, you had to play that almost dead weight. So easy to just cue across the cue ball there. And as you can see, He was almost straight on the 15. That's where he wanted to be. He's got the position, but not the pot. It's always going to be tough from the 10. Cue ball was never going to be out enough. He was never going to have hand on table. There's just enough space for the 1 to squeeze by the 5 there. Can see how unforgiving certain shots can be on this table. That's another one. That's another one. We should get a replay of that. He's tried to do a lot with the cue ball there. He's trying to release his 6 ball, the only tuft ball on the table for him. A wry smile from him. Yeah, there we go again. You're just trying to cheat the pocket a bit inside jaw. And here's a swerve. You can see raised cue. He's playing bottom left of the cue ball. Just trying to arc this around the 5. And he gets it. The side also throws the ball in a bit. Again, made that look way too easy. Yeah, even judging the swerve the way he did, there's so many factors to that. Yes, you'll see these players just get down and play it, but you're calculating the amount of spin, the amount of elevation, speed of the cue ball, passing the object ball, and then contact point with the ball you're potting. It's there, 6 point on the board for Chen Jie. It is 7-all at the moment, 7 point on the board for him. 7-all, 14 frames played. After 14 frames played, we are all square once again. 7-all between these two players, both with 1 break and run, 3 rack and runs each. Six just short of the center pocket there. And this time, dry break from Chen Jie as well. It's too difficult to call a player between these two. I'd like to know your thoughts on the stream, the viewers watching, and also welcome to the stream. I know many of you guys watching from all across the globe. Sometimes even at midnight, no matter where you are in the world, you guys tune in. Do appreciate your support and do appreciate you on the stream. Thank you guys. Hope you're having a lovely holidays and a great new year thus far. Stripe secured here for Wu Zhenyu. What is your plan with the black ball in front of that 13? I would think if he can play the 12, possibly even off the black ball, if he gets onto it short side, I'd say too risky to cannon into 13 and black ball. And this could work. That's what he looks like he's looking at now. 12 off the black ball would open the pocket. There we go. Looking at exactly where he needs to be to work this out. Now it's going to push the black ball first towards the right side cushion. Also needs to make sure that he has position on the 13 to that pocket then. So I'd expect to leave himself either low or high here, not straight for the shot. So it's going to go cushion first, off the black ball. It's going to push the black ball away, open the pocket for the 13. Didn't get it. Yeah, the black ball not that close, not as close to the pocket as it seems. Could have fancied going directly to the black ball as well instead of going cushion first, especially with the black ball being as far out of the pocket as it is, but decent cue ball at least. He's not left anything relatively easy for Chen Jie. But not hard to get the cue ball safe. Plus, so work to do on stripes for Wu Zhenyu now and doesn't really have a ball to use to free the black ball here. Yeah, another swerve, and look what he's done there. He's moved the black ball now. That was a tough swerve to get. He's had to get around that object ball by a lot. Good thing is, when you are coming towards a cushion like that, usually the cushion takes as well. And since you are using running side, it pulls into the ball. gets the 2 out as well. Look at that shot from Chen Jie. That was a must-pot ball. Look at what he would have left on stripes for Wu Zhenyu. Now the 4 ball sitting just above the center pocket right side. He's going to want to find a way into that also. He's looking at the angle he has on the 3. A roll or 2 more, he would have been able to top it into the 4 ball. So he is looking at playing the 4 ball where it lies. That 4 ball now, I would say, the only hope for Wu Zhenyu coming back to the table. Cue ball cleaned, of course. Doesn't want to get any kicks, any unwanted interference here on a shot like this. Now you're aiming for where the slate meets the cushion at the end. That's the part of the jaw you're aiming for here. Outside jaw, not inside. Right there. Yeah, brilliant pot. Played at a brilliant pace as well. Timed that in well, rather than the usual way we see that played. He's really taken these solids well, as Chen Jie. This is exactly what he was doing against Yongchun Park yesterday, after the halfway stage of that match. Really kicked it up a gear. Wants this to pass the 12, so he doesn't have to bridge over the 12. Has to bridge over the 12, unfortunately. Hampered by the 12. Right behind this pocket. Off the outside, Joel gets it. 8 point on the board for Chen Jie. He leads 8 frames to 7.
老孙啥功名不要。 只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。
Fantastic level of play from both these players, as expected in round 8 of the losers bracket here. Just 4 players left in this tournament. These players playing to stay in the tournament and continue through and get into the losers bracket final later on today. The score is 8-7 in favor of Chen Jue against Wu Zhenyu. This is the 16th rack. We will have a player break after this. Now then, that softer break not working at the moment for Chen Jue. You see the 10 ball and the 2. Those were the balls supposed to be tracking to the center pockets. Just short. So at the first player break, the score was 5-3 in favor of Wu Zhenyu. Now he is the player that's down, so he's going to try and make this 8-all after 16 frames played. Opens the 14. 14 now available to the center pocket. Great shot from Wu. Has to find a way to release the 15 on the left side as well. There we see that again. No shortage of cue power from this player. I think that's one of the first things you realize when you play this game, if you are coming from... Oh, look at that. What a shot that was. Delicate little touch on the 15 to release it. Available to the center pocket. Yeah, if you're not used to playing this game and not used to needing cue power that much, that's the first thing you're going to see. It's tough to get the reaction here that you see these players getting. Deep screwbacks, full table length, and you need it. At this level, you need that. You have to be able to screw the cue ball back entire table length if you have to play that shot. It's not only the reverse reaction, the forward reaction also, like he got on that opening shot. Those little quick draw screw shots also to just tighten the cue ball's angle coming off the object ball, like that coming past the 7. There's really so many dimensions to this game, and the players that we have here on the TV table watching these matches, yes, you can understand how good they are, but when you've played this game, then you really get a feel. Needs to pass the 3. For example, even that. Even that looked effortless. Now, black ball sitting next to the 2 ball is definitely open to the bottom left. Just needs to make sure of this 10. Nicely played. Played this clearance very well so far, has Wu Zhenyu. Look at the control. Absolutely inch perfect. Makes it all square here at 8-all with another rack and run from Wu Jianyu. That brings us to our 16-frame player break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中老，过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，换一切为可能。欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。 2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，力败文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起。
And after 16 frames, we are all square here in this race to 19 losers bracket round 8. This match is between Wu Zhenyu and Chen Jie. This time makes a ball on that break. Previous frame, that was a rack and run from Wu Zhenyu to bring the score to 8 apiece. This is winner's break format as well. That's why he's at the table breaking. Now stage 3, the last 32 of this tournament, is double elimination. Both these players have only had to play one match in that loser's bracket so far. Wang Yun, the only player that has not lost a match in stage 3. He is waiting in the grand finals. He won yesterday in the winner's bracket final against Liu Chengqie, score of 19-15. Now Liu Chengqie will be playing the winner of this match in the loser's bracket final later on today at 6 p.m. local time here in China. So that's in just about 5 hours. Call it 5 hours and 20 minutes time. So I'd say at this tournament, well, this part of the tournament, the Super Tour, we would have had about 400 players in total if you count the Chinese players, the seeded players, the international players, and the international seeds as well. You're looking at about 400. So from 400 down to just 4 players now in 10 days. Goes quite quickly. I know on the international side, it goes from 160 down to 80 in 1.5 days. And then from 96 down to 64 in half a day. I think 2 or 3 days to go from 64 down to 16. On the international side, it does start off as a race to 7, timed 100 minutes. Stage 1 also, race to 7, 100 minutes. And from stage 2, it is race to 13. It's almost got that. It was not easy to make. It was not a big gap between 6 and the cushion there. And I think the highlight performance this week would be from Wu Zhenyu, and that was yesterday against Zhang Kumpeng. Won that 17-14 to eliminate Kang Pring from the tournament, and also with 15 total one visit clearances, 7 break-in runs, 8 rack-in runs. Having a look at it, he's had 2 consecutive break-in runs, another 2 consecutive, another 2 consecutive. So wasn't able to get 3 or 4 consecutives, but 3 times did he have 2 consecutive break-in runs in that match. And also it was a very close match. We were watching the scoreline. It was all square for most of the match, and then towards the end, just found another gear, did Wu Zhenyu. It was a good pot to the center. But what can he do from here? Now, that was also quite a tough match at the beginning for Chen Jie on the TV table yesterday against Yongjun Park from Korea. That was to get to the stage in the tournament. He was down there 6-2, 9-7. Once he took the lead and was 14-10 up, then it was his match from there, but it was a very tough match. This cue ball is coming back down towards the stripes. That is not the result he would have wanted, though, because he's left the stripes on for Wu Zhenyu. Nine is a frozen ball. Referee has let him know that. Now the 3 ball has gone and blocked the black ball to the center pocket, which means if he doesn't disturb it, he's going to have to take the black ball down to the bottom left corner. He's not thinking of going into the black ball from here, is he? He is. He was. Yeah, that's what he was playing. He was playing to just nudge the black ball out slightly. didn't have much of an angle there to work with. And then also injecting a lot of pace into those cushion balls, especially when it's like that. You have to hit that so perfectly. It's coming back towards the black ball. This time moves the 3. Yeah, it's a good shot. Black ball is available to the bottom right corner. That has worked out absolutely perfectly for him. It's there. Beautiful last few pots from Wu Jianyu. He gets his 9 point on the board. 9-8 up at the moment in this race to 19. Score 9-8 at the moment to Wu Jianyu in this race to 19. And what do we think? Is this match going to go like this all the way? Are we going to see 18 all? Look, with the standard of these two players, they are so evenly matched at the moment. I don't count it out that we might see a deciding frame in this match. Yeah, will we see 37 frames played? So far, almost 3 hours of play, and the reason that's important is because the winner of this match has to play another race to 19 today. That will be against Liu Chengqie in the losers bracket final. 6 p.m. local time here in China. Another thing is these players are conditioned to playing these type of races, much more so than the race to sevens. They are very well conditioned. There's a factor that comes into play here, and that's are you match fit? Can you handle a race to 13, 15, 17? Not only physically, but mentally as well. Can your brain focus at 200% for 4 or 5 hours? To be able to play shots like that, to find the gap like that. Not only the gap, the pot to the center pocket. And sometimes when you are watching these players play at this level, you do forget how difficult this game can be. Cracking pot. That is an absolute cracker of a pot. That's two fantastic pots back to back. The center pocket coming around for position, well, getting around the solids at least. Left it long on the 10, but what a pot on the 10 ball. Now this is usually the time in a match when Chen Jie kicks it up a gear. It's what he did to Park yesterday. Was quite far behind in that match, so doesn't mind playing from the back. That also sometimes not easy to do, to play from behind. Just something you have to have as a player, that where the scoreboard doesn't affect you, even if in a situation like this you are 8-0 down, to know that it's a race to 19 and that you can find your way back. Even if it was a race to 13, 8-0 down, you have to always have that self-belief and not let the scoreboard affect you. Of course, it does make a difference whether you are 8-0 down by your opponent's hand or whether you've been the player that's made the mistakes. Things do become slightly more mentally challenging then. So far, this has been a fantastic clearance from Chen. The first few opening pots of this frame to secure the positions after that, to get onto this black ball. It's there. 9th point on the board for Chen Jie. He equalizes at 9-all with a rack and run. And we are all square once again after 18 frames played. It's 9-all here on the TV table between Wu Zhenyu and Chen Jie. It's Chen to break. It was a great rack and run in the previous frame. Both players 1 break and run each, and both players 4 rack and runs each. Now this is why we've had quite a few rack and runs. It's because these players are getting caught with the dry breaks now and again. Is it 11 to the center? Yes, it is. It's there. That is stripes in play for Wu Zhenyu. Now focus goes to the 14 on the left side. What he could do, could use the 15, go off the ball cushion and free the 14 from behind. That's what he could do from here. In this scenario, you don't want to be going into the 14 from this side of the table. You want to come from behind. So you actually release it out into open play rather than possibly get it tied up. You have to get the pot, Wu. You have to get the pot first. And these players showing that they are indeed human. Would we say that the heart rate is elevated possibly now? Maybe a little bit. Look, the execution on the shot besides the pot was perfect. You can see where the 14 is. It's potable to the center pocket. He's starting to get a little bit upset with himself, is Wu Zhenyu. Yeah, the 7 and the 2, that does look like a set combination from here. 1 is the problem, and you can see the cameraman focusing on Wu Zhenyu there. He's got to keep it together though. He's got to keep the focus because, as I said, this is the part in the match usually where we see Chen Jie starting to play his best and really coming into form. Towards the 1. That's cue ball into the center pocket, unfortunately. That was the play though. He was coming in hot towards the 1 ball. And that's a bit of a let up. Wu Zhenyu ball in hand at the table. Just got the 5 stripes left. Yeah, I think in this match, being as close as it is at the moment, if one of these players find their break and get a lead of 4 or 5 frames, that's where we might see that player gain the momentum and then run the rest of the match out like that. Because otherwise, nothing to separate these 2 players at the table. Both have the same amount of break-in runs, 1 each. Both with 4 rack-in runs each. Clever little shot he's played there to bring the cue ball past the 1. just so he doesn't have to bridge over the one ball and has a better sight of the cue ball here. Would have been so easy to stick the cue ball on the one. And there another effortless screw back shot. Absolutely effortless. Quite a loose grip on that backhand from Wu Zhenyu, as you can see. As he gets the 10th point on the board, he's leading 10-9 now. The first player to double digits, Wu Zhenyu, takes the lead once again. He's 10-9 up against Chen Zhu at the moment. This is a race to 19. So I think now you can say we are about halfway through this match, scoreline wise, but I do think things might start going quicker, especially once these players do find their break and we get more one-visit clearances. We have been playing for, it's just gone 3 hours now. Now we see this actually as a pattern that I'm noticing. In the middle of the match, you get a few dry breaks, and then towards the latter part of the match, that's when you start seeing the break and runs coming. That's when everything just starts clicking for these players. But as always, what a high standard we have here at this tournament. I'm sure you've seen the setup, the arena here. We've seen when the players walk out. We've had that since stage 1. We've had the walkout, where players walk out with the referees. Your name is called, country, introduced to the people here, and then you walk to your table. Oh, look at that. Look at that for a shot. Now that's what's gone wrong for him in the previous frame. It was just that he was going towards the one ball. He spotted the cue ball and gave Wu Zhenyu the opportunity. But this time that cannon works out absolutely perfectly. But still a little bit more work to do in this frame. A cracking pot. To be bridging over the black ball like that, get the pot, get the action on the cue ball also at that pace. As you can see, this is far from easy. Now the 6-ball bottom of the table here. I'm actually thinking you wouldn't mind leaving the 6 for last. Well, second last actually, leaving the 3 for last. Three ball connects to the black ball, but let's see how he plays this. Because the issue I see is getting from 3 to 6. Which he's gonna do. Now this means that you need to get quite a lot out of the cue ball to at least get the potting angle of the 6. That's not an easy 6 ball. So you need the cue ball around where the 9 is to make that 6 relatively easier. That's the line you're looking for here. Extension on the cue ball past the halfway line on the table. It's a tough one to get right. Let's see where the cue ball is. He's got the position. Look at the position for the 6. But with where the cue ball was, having to bridge like that, stretch over the table, extension on the cue, all those factors add to making that pot, which is such a difficult pot, a little bit more difficult. Now, the only time we've had a 2-frame gap in this match was when Wu Zhenyu was 5-3 up at 8 frames played. Besides that, it's been 1 frame each all the way. It's been a very, very tight match between these two players. Scores were tie as well when we went into the 16-frame player break. But this is an opportunity, a very real chance for Wu Zhenyu to get a 2-frame gap once again. The 10 connects him to the 13 short side to play the 13 into the bottom left corner. Has to play it like that because the 6 is in the way of the 13. Yeah, too clean. Too clean. Yeah, also taking it up another level now is Wu Zhenyu with his 11th point on the board. He's 11-9 up after 20 frames played. Now then, 2 frames in it at the moment between Wu Jianyu and Chen Jie. This is the losers bracket, round 8. And if you are just joining us, welcome to the stream. Where have you been? You are late. Already 3 hours and 10 minutes into this match. This is a race to 19 winners break format. Last 4 players remaining in the tournament. Winner of this match plays in the losers bracket final at 6 p.m. today against Liu Cheng-chia. And winner of that will play in the grand final against Wang Yun, the only player to not lose a match thus far in stage 3. Showed another level of class yesterday, did Wang Yun on the TV table, 19-15 over Liu Cheng-chia. Saying that, things were not going well for Liu. He had a tough time. That was not his best game. I'm sure we will see better later on today. He's had the morning off, no session this morning for him. And to all our viewers on the stream, players and organizers, wish you guys a happy new year. I hope you're having a lovely 2026 thus far. Great festive period. As you know, this tournament has been running right through. Started off the Division 1 tour on the 14th of December, ended on Christmas Eve, the 24th. That tournament was won by Kong Dejing, defeating Chen Siming in the final. This tournament, the Super Tour, started on the 25th, on Christmas Day. We were doing what we love and playing this game. It was the international qualifiers on the 25th. And still playing on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And right through until the 4th of January. So we really do hope you guys have been enjoying the stream as well. We know there have been a few technical issues now and again, a few network issues, sometimes unavoidable, but we are always aware of that and working on it and trying our best to bring you the best quality stream here. And as you can see, as always, the camera work on the TV table is fantastic. Now we've had the QQ links also for most of stage 3 available for the other tables. Just so we can bring you guys at home the best possible experience of this tournament. But that being said, we also want you guys to make your way out to China and come experience this tournament in person. Play in this tournament as well. Was a solid pot to the center pocket. But now the 11 available to the bottom right. Don't think the 14 passes the 7. It just might from this camera angle. The way he played that should tell us that it does go. You know, if it doesn't go, he's going to have to go 9 first and then bring the cue ball over to the right side of the table. Also at the top end, has the 15 outside the top right. Can use one cushion, come out for the 10 in the right center pocket as his last ball. We get this question a lot as well. What is the prize money for this tournament? Now, we have posted it on the WHT Facebook page. But just to remind you guys, the winner does get 277,000 US dollars for this tournament. Runner up 111,000 US dollars, which means at the moment, Wang Yun, who is in the grand finals, is guaranteed 111,000 at the moment. Third place, 41,000 US dollars, and fourth place, 20,000 US dollars. So effectively, this match is worth 21,000 US dollars to the winner. And prize money is paid out all the way up to 64th place in this tournament. Needs us to slow down, needs it to slow down, but he's had the right line, which means he's not behind the 6. Nice, put some cracking balls to the center pocket. Has Chen Jie. It needs another one now. Natural angle on the cue ball to get it to the black ball. Yeah, it's a brilliant pot to the center. And to miss the 3, no less. That's a big one to get this one on the board. Great finish from Chen Jie to get his 10th point. 11-10 behind Wu Zhenyu. So far, the score is 11-10 after 21 frames played. This is the 22nd frame. Chen Jie to break after winning the previous frame. So good finish. Now recently, that softer break wasn't working, which is why he's changed. He's added a bit more pace in that. It's worked. Looked to me like 2 stripes in there, the 9, the 14. This is a race to 19 winners break format here in this losers bracket round 8 match. These players are playing to be in the top 3. 4 players remain, and the difference between third and fourth prize money is 21,000 US dollars. So there is quite a lot at stake here. Winner of this continues, goes on to play in the losers bracket final later on today against Liu Qingqie. Winner of that into the grand final tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time. Yeah, I think he just tried to cheat a bit of that pocket, unfortunately. To catch the inside jaw first there. Yeah, that ball pretty much went around the back of the center pocket and then kicked out. This is going to mean that Wu Zhenyu has a chance to secure stripes himself. Now, after potting 2 stripes on the break, Chen Jie has only 4 left on the table after Wu's potted 1. Now might choose to go into the 7-13 here. He's got the angle on the 15 to the center to do it. It's a controlled one. It's controlled. It's not the greatest result. That's all he could do there. There wasn't a pot on, so cue ball tight behind the 7 ball, and that has limited what Chen Jie can do at the table. I think pretty much the only balls he can actually get to is the 7 and the 2. That's a very clever shot from Chen Jie. That is a very clever shot. He's put the 2 purposely in front of the 10. That the 10 doesn't go to the bottom right corner. Oh, he gets a double kiss on it and he makes it. A little bit of good fortune, a good roll for him there. But this is not easy. This is not easy to make position from the 13 where it is to the 10 ball. Especially with the 1 ball being where it is. How well does he have to cue this? If he can pull this off and if he can get position on the 10, this will be a fantastic shot. As the cue ball also being that close there. Look at that. Look at the reaction he's got. It was the only way. It was the only way. Had to force it. If he gets on the 10, he makes it 12. 12-10 up, and yeah, keeping that 2-frame gap. But this is a chance for Chenju. He's played that well. He wants the 5 to slow down, though. Doesn't want it on the cushion. He's almost guaranteed that he comes back to the table. He's secured another visit. What a shot that is. What an absolute cracker of a shot that is. When I said he secured another visit, I should have said unless this happens. Unbelievable. That is one for the highlight reels, definitely. How much of an effect will that have in this match? Since we are past the halfway line, those things start to matter now a lot. Unbelievable. That's not worked out perfectly for him, though, unfortunately. Where can he take this black ball to? There's only one place. It has to go bottom right corner pocket. You're going to have the cue ball wanting to follow it. The cue ball is going to go into the 3 most likely. Low on the cue ball here, though, I see. Yeah, there's cue ball into the 3. The black ball is heading there, but not. The pot on the 10, though, to the center. Almost able to get that 12 point on the board was Wu Zhenyu. Now all 7 balls on the table for Chen Zhe. He's not got the 5, but I think he's covered the black ball. It is. It's covered, and yeah, you wouldn't be jumping this. The object balls are too far away from the cue ball here. The amount of speed that you need and elevation, you're coming in way too hot. So he's shown that he's good with the cushions. Is he going to get it? No. That is a foul ball in hand over to Chen Zhe. Straight away places the cue ball behind the 2. It's his only real problem ball on the table. Now surely we should be looking at 11 all in this match. I mean, did we expect anything different with these 2 players? excellent performance throughout this entire tournament. Both of these players losing right at the end of the winner's bracket to the player who's currently in the grand final and the player that's waiting in the loser's bracket final. So these 4 players left in this tournament has showed how strong they are since the beginning of stage 3. From the last 32 down. It's going to take something extra special for one of these players to gain the advantage here. And then also to go ahead and play against Liu Chengqie in the losers bracket final later on today. That is going to be another tough match for whoever wins this. All square once again. Chengqie gets his 11th point on the board. It is 11-all here between Wu Zhenyu and Chengqie.
第23局，陈哲开球。
23rd rack now underway. The score is 11-all here. Losers bracket round 8. This is a race to 19. And you have seen both players are increasing the pace on that break, trying desperately to make a ball. Especially now, past halfway, I would say we are in the last third of this match. which means that break-in runs now, 1 visit clearances, consecutive break-in runs, really make a huge impact on the scoreline. That is an unbelievable pot. From that distance, that angle, I think, yeah, look, the 10 that he got off 2 cushions was good, but this was better. Now we have seen that he's also a player that can really step it up into another gear when he needs to, and we found that yesterday against Jung Kongpeng. It was a tough match to win, as you know. Kongpeng, one of the best players out of China as well. Wu Jinyu winning that 17-14 with 15 one-visit clearances. Now that's the kind of standard that you wanna be able to play at in every match, or at least if you do make it to the final, that's how you want to play in that final. Now 15 and 10 at the top end of the table in the balk area. Is he going to decide to finish with that now? It's going to be slightly short side of the 10, but it is far enough of the 5 to take it into the opposite corner. With the black ball being open like that, it doesn't mean you need the right angle in the 15-10. Clear that up now, come back to the bottom end of the table. The cue ball control. The cue ball control and cue power is very impressive. What's more impressive is how easy he makes it look. Now I've noticed he got a very loose grip on the backhand, but he's able to generate so much of cue speed when coming through. And that's why he moves the cue ball effortlessly around this table, like he has been doing all match long. Wu Jinyu gets his 12th point on the board, 12-11 up in this race to 19. That was a rack and run. That was a dry break from Chen Zhe. And that opening pot on the 14. What a pot that was. For me so far, I'd say best pot. He's changed his break completely. Cue ball to the side. But it is dry. At the moment, he is leading. Leading 12 frames to 11 over Chen Zhe. At the first player break, he was leading 5 frames to 3, Wu Zhenyu. Second player break at 16 frames, it was all square, 8 apiece. Now after this frame, we will have the 24 frame player break. A really nice pot to the center pocket there from Chen. Now, which of the stripes does he use to just bump the 1 out of the way of the 14 that's going towards this bottom right corner pocket? It's been a nice kiss on the 9 to push it down. It's gone closer to the pocket, however. It's not really where he wanted to be. He's going to have to take on the long 15 perhaps. Or the same 9 that he just went into. But still looking for a way to open up the 1 and the 14. He's taken his extension, so he's added that 30 seconds to his 45-second shot clock. Players get 1 of those per frame. The reason he's done that is because he was on the shot. Referee called 10 seconds now. Didn't want to have the 5-second countdown while he was queuing. Good pot. How's the cue ball looking? He's played that into a nice area. It's good. Now looking at the 12, it is even possible that he goes 12 off the 1. Yeah, there we go. So if he was going to play that shot, now would be the time to play it. I do think that's what he's looking at. 12 off the 1. It should open the 14. It should send the 1 towards the cushion and out. Tricky shot. You're controlling a lot of things here. Yeah, it's tricky. Tricky. Controlling the 12, controlling the 1 and the cue ball. As you can see, he would have been on the 13 had the 12 gone in. I expected him to get that though. Now because these players are so highly skilled and they make the game look so easy, sometimes we tend to forget how tight those pockets are, how unforgiving that shot there showed. So now you see how accurate they are with every other shot that they play. because there's absolutely no room for error. Yes, there's some space when the ball's in the pocket, but you can't afford to catch the jaw. Nice nudge on the 2. Those kind of shots that these players play most times instantly becomes a frame-winning chance. So having the 2 where it was could have always been an issue. You'd always be thinking about that 2 in the back of your mind. Do I land on it? Do I take it out? But straight away, first visit to the table. Now the black ball being, I would say, about 2 ball spaces away from the cushion. Look, it's a pot. It's a shot that these players would make. If they are right behind it, I'd say 99 out of 100. But I wouldn't be surprised if he just plays to nudge the black ball more out into the center of the table. I think that's what he's played. With the way he's gone with the cue ball, he's played to nudge into the black ball. He's played a very difficult shot there, actually. He's played to nudge the black ball, I'll say half ball, so that the cue ball comes out to the right side and black ball goes over the center pocket. That's the shot he's played. Just look at that. Use the entire pocket there. Now, once again, cue power needed. Whichever way you're going, forward or reverse, you need a lot of cue power. I was talking about full table draws. There it is. There it is. And that's why I said in this game, you need to have that shot in your arsenal. You need to be able to play that shot confidently. Pretty much exactly where he wants to be for this now. We will have the player break after this frame. And it's there. It's going to be 13-11 as we go into the player break. Race to 19. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定排名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。 毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑伟国，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
中交边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲。
暂停结束，比赛继续，第二手国阵开启。
And we are back after 24 frames played. The score is 13-11 in favor of Wu Jinyu over Chen Zhe. This is losers bracket round 8. Race to 19. Win this, you are in the losers bracket final against Liu Chengqie. And winner of that match goes ahead to play in the grand final against Wang Yun, which will be tomorrow at 2 p.m. Now, at the moment, just a slight advantage for Wu Jinyu. Very slight. It's only 2 frames. They've been neck and neck all the way. If you look at the stats, 1 break and run each. 5 rack and runs for Wu Jinyu, 4 rack and runs for Chen Zhe. So far in this match, both these players have really entertained us to the max. Some excellent frames we've had here. To see him looking at the bank on the 10 ball possibly. Don't really see an easy connector for him to actually move the 10 off the cushion. We know he likes that shot and plays it as soon as he can, as soon as he finds it. He's always trying to bring the problem balls out into play as soon as he can. Is Wu Jinyu. And it looks like he's left the bank. Now he's left the bank in such a way that he should be on the 12. Does he get it? This is a big one. Now, what would these players be telling themselves in that player break? Look, with the scoreline being this tight and they're both playing very well, I don't think there's much to talk about to themselves. I understand if you are down or struggling a bit. Just have to do what they've been doing all tournament long, and both these players been very consistent right through this tournament, especially through stage 3. What a cue ball that is. Absolutely brilliant safety shot from Chen Zhe. Was always going to have the one cushion escape, but what's he going to leave? That's the question. Now in stage 3, the loss that Chen Zhe did take, that was against Wang Yun, the player that's in the grand finals at the moment. Score there was 17-14. Wu Zhenyu lost to Liu Chengqie 17-16, the player waiting in the losers bracket final later on today. So if Wu does win this match, he will be playing Liu Chengqie again. The scoreline from that match was 17-16. Now didn't make contact with his object ball, and the cue ball went in. Ball in hand for Chen Zhe. Two behind at the moment. Getting the 5 off the cushion here slightly. Yeah, it's worked. He's not going to be on the 5 immediately though. Does have the potting angle to get to the 1. And you can still see how calm these players are. I'd say Chen just a little bit more calm and less emotion from him. I think he thought he missed that. There was reaction there. He thought he missed that ball. It's not an easy one to get with the cue ball being where it is so close to the side cushion. Other than being snookered behind the ball, that's a place you don't want to be. When you are trying to pot a ball, you have potting angle available. It's for that cushion to be close up against one of the side cushions. Now we have just passed 4 hours of play in this match thus far. Scoreline 13-11 raised to 19. So I'd say we are ending stages of this match now. Well, coming towards the ending stages. The only player who has been able to keep a 2-frame lead at any point in this game, in this match, has been Wu Zhenyu. He's had 2-frame lead at 5-3 and now at 13-11. Don't think he's going to keep that lead though. Not if Chen Zhe has anything to say about that. Taking his extension there, he was looking at the 6. He's just slightly off straight on it. Yeah, there was the slightest of angles there. I think the slight contemplation from him there was whether to leave the cue ball there or screw on and off left side cushion to get closer to the black ball. It's there, 12th point on the board for Chen Jie, now trailing 13-12 from Wu Zhenyu. Yeah, Chen did really well in that frame to secure it. I mean, played the snookers well, got the ball in hand, released the 5 from the right side cushion and made a good clearance after that. Looking for a good break though. Doesn't get it. And both these players have been slightly struggling with the break, especially this middle part of the match. Which is why the scoreline is as close as it is. It's what we tend to see if one player gets the break right. It's a few break and runs on the board and opportunity goes to the other player. Other player gets the frame but still isn't breaking well. Player who's breaking well comes back. Rack and run followed by a few break and runs and the scoreline changes by 6 points that quickly. Now he's going to desperately try and keep this gap, the 2-frame gap. That's the plan at the moment for Wu Zhenyu. Another look at that 10. Didn't want to fall. Also a player who doesn't rush a clearance. Make sure that he takes his time, knowing exactly what he needs to do. Plays those quite well, those soft rolls to the corner pockets. You have to be cueing so well to cue it at that pace. As tough as it is sometimes to stun it in very hard, to cue it in nicely like that is as tough, if not tougher in my opinion. That nudge on the 3 means that he is on the 11 to the bottom left corner. Now here's where cue ball positioning matters a lot. He's playing He's playing for a gap inside of the 7 and outside of the black ball to still be able to cue this nicely. He should be able to get hand flat on the table here. Black ball shouldn't be in the way. Not completely. Still slightly hampered, but I don't see it as a problem. Now he quite likes this shot. Fancy him to screw this right back to where the cue ball is at the moment. It's okay, he's got line of sight. He's looks quite straight on the black ball as well. And keeps the 2-frame gap with a rack and run. Chen Zhe, 12 points. Wu Zhenyu, 14 points. Now, not only is there a difference in the scoreline, there's also a difference on those statistics that you saw. He's got 2 rack and runs more than Chen Zhe at the moment, as Wu Zhenyu. And currently on 14 points, leading 14-12, but still not making a ball here. He's trying a lot of different breaks. This time cue ball on this side of the table. Previous one was on the other side. 14-12, race to 19. He's 5 away from the finish line. That's going to be a tough 5 frames to get. Only good thing about that dry break from Wu Zhenyu is he hasn't left anything simple on. As you can see, the 7 does go. But I do think he is going to be playing safe here. Cue ball against 10 and 7. Oh, he's lucky. 11 ball touch cushion there. Yeah, the way he played that, the 1 ball didn't touch cushion, neither did the cue ball. So if the 11 didn't, that was going to be a foul. With the layout here, it is looking quite like a tactical frame to me. But a very important one. 14-12, this frame, the difference between 15-12 or 14-13. And 15-12 would really put the pressure on Chenjue, then being 3 down with his opponent 4 away from the finish line. Is he tempted to take the 6 to the center? He is. It's there. What a pot that is. From where the cue ball was, fantastic pot to the center pocket. Now, giving himself a chance. Straight away he'll be thinking, well, before taking the 6 on already, you would have thought of his plan to get into the 5 and the 3. It's the only real problem he has on the table. But whatever he does, it has to work, because he's going to be opening up the stripes most likely as well. Look at that for a shot. He takes the cross bank on. Opens 3 and 5, but he's not left on anything nice. Another fantastic pot from Wu Zhenyu. What does he do? Look, the 2 is available. It's a tough one to take on. I don't think he has another potting opportunity other than the 2. Only other option is to get the cue ball safe. On the ball cushion is the plan, or behind the 4. That can work. That can definitely work. Very well played cue ball from Wu Zhenyu. If you have just joined us, this is day 10 here at the Nanning Station Heyball Masters Super Tour. Out of 400 players, just 4 players remain after this match 3. After tonight's match 2. Grand final will be tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time. But before that, we've got this match on the table, losers bracket round 8. Between Wu Zhenyu and Chenjue. Winner of this plays in the losers bracket final against Liu Chengqie later on today, and winner of that will go and play Wang Yun. That'll be tomorrow in the grand final. I'm thinking he comes close to getting this. Makes contact. Now what has he left on? I think he's left enough. But you know what? That was a fantastic previous shot from Chen Jue to put the cue ball in a place like that. This is now that stage in the match where any mistake, any miscalculation can cost you the entire match. Cracking pot to the bottom right corner. Now with that, it's not only the pot, you notice the cue ball control as it checks up off the side cushion. Exactly where he wanted it. Now this table will definitely be reclothed for tomorrow's grand final. I don't think they'll have time to cloth it before the losers bracket final, but before the grand final, definitely this table will be clothed tonight, tomorrow morning. As you can see, these are the Joy Q8 golden leg steel block tables, clothed with the Lieberwind 8848. It's the best conditions to play the game of Heyball on. That's why we also get the best out of the competitors at these tournaments, because they're playing on the best conditions. Now this finish he's making is because of the safety that he put Wu Zhenyu in earlier. Had to make that jump attempt towards the 4, didn't work out. Cue ball up and down the table here. In and out of the balk area, back down, but in a straight line. Don't expect any issues here. I expect him to be on the black ball. Deciding to come around instead of checking it. Relying on the cushions, and he's played that perfectly. He's played that well to get his 13 point on the board, so he's closed the gap within 1 now. It's 14-13.
河北省天翼集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。 优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
Here's the tactical play from Chenjia that won him that frame, and at the moment, tactical play very important in this match. As you can see, that was a very important frame to win. Gets him on the table to break with a chance, but cue ball in. Look at the reaction. He knows how costly that can be at this stage. Now it was heading there, but it just gets pushed by the 10. So that was a chance already for him to go 14 all. Now it's a chance for Wu Zhenyu to get his 15th point on the board and go 15-13. Solids in play. He's going to have to move the 4-9. He's also going to have to shift the black ball. There's a little bit of work here. He's got to work for these last few points if he wants it. Now between these two players, who wants it more? He opened it and then did the 9 close it again, or can he go in off the 10? So there we have it. We are right behind it. I'd say a touch off the 10. I'd say it goes. Now if it does, the next order of business on the table is to sort out the black ball, because that doesn't look like it goes past the 14. He's still looking at the 4. So if the 4 touches the 9, it's not going. Needs to glance the 10 possibly, like that. Look at where he is on the 2 as well. There we see this again. Just caught the 9 also. That was close to not going in. Good roll for him there. Well spotted from Wu Zhenyu. Now to release the black ball. There we go. It's okay, it's potable now. So in this frame, he's had to develop 2 balls already. 4 ball and now the black ball. And it's so easy to underestimate how difficult it actually is to get the right angle always to be able to move those balls like that and to bring them out into open play. Oh, what a pot that is. Brilliant stuff at the moment from Wu Zhenyu. Yeah, it's not by chance that these players always have the right angle and are always able to go into their problem balls and bring them out into open play, develop them. That is not by luck or chance. That's precise pinpoint cue ball control, because with those kind of shots, when you are playing to break another ball, you can't really be playing area position. It has to be pinpoint because the angle is always changing. If it's area position, different angle means totally different angle that the cue ball is coming off that ball, that cushion. I would say the best place that you can be to pot this black ball. Closer, you're going to have to stretch over the table. Now this, to have the 2-point lead once again. It's there, 15 points on the board, and that is a rack and run for Wu Zhenyu. 15-13 up.
Intuition, a real sensation, and activation.
28 frames played, 4.5 hours of playtime at the moment. 15-13 to Wu Zhenyu over Chen Jie. This is a race to 19. Now is the break going to work for him? Oh, he makes a ball. I expect the hand to go. It doesn't go. I think he's just happy to make a ball at the moment. Now Wu Zhenyu currently leading by 2 points. 1 break and run, 7 rack and runs. His opponent, Chen Jie, 1 break and run, 4 rack and runs. So I would say slight upper hand at the moment to Wu Zhenyu. There is one more match on the TV table today. That'll be at 6 p.m. local time in 3.5 hours. That will be the losers bracket final between Liu Chengqie and the winner of this match. Race to 19 tonight to see who plays against Wang Yun in the grand final tomorrow. So, first chance in a while that Wu Zhenyu has potted a ball off the break and gets a chance to make a break and run. Now this is a little bit complicated unless 7-6-3-2-4. Yeah, because you're gonna be nicely on the 6 right after playing the 7. That's what it looks like to me. Take the 7, take the 6, take the 3. Use the 3 to get the cue ball into the center of the table. Go 2-4, 4-2, and then black ball. Again, a bit awkward. It's over the 10 ball, the referee checking. As you can see, makes sure he's slightly low on the 3, so he has the angle. Get the cue ball naturally up table. I have to say a big shout out to the referees here and the organizers, of course, but the referees. There's a referee at every single table for every single match at this event. On the TV table, usually 3 referees, so you'll see the main referee at the table and 2 TV referees, so they are communicating with him as well if there are any discrepancies. They have instant replays available. Now also with cameras on every single table, it means that even if you're not on the TV table and you have a query, if there was a questionable call, you can have it reviewed. That's how professional these tournaments are run. That even at the beginning of the tournament qualifying stages, you are in such a professional environment throughout. This has been a fantastic clearance. Potted a ball on the break. It's his second break and run, 16 point for Wu Zhenyu, leading now by 3 frames. That previous frame was just 4 minutes long. That was a really good break and run for Wu Zhenyu. He's got 2 break and runs now, 7 rack and runs. Chen Zhe, just the 1 break and run, 4 rack and runs. He makes the ball again, and how often do we see that? Dry breaks throughout the middle of the match, and now at this stage, let's say the most crucial stage in the match, now things are going in. He's 16-13 up in this race to 19. He's just 3 away from the finish line and 3 away from his opponent. What a time to make a ball on the break. If there was ever a time you wanted your breaks to work well, it's now. Seven to the bottom corner. Is he going 7 or 2? It looks like he's aiming across. It's 2 to the bottom corner. Here was 2 to the bottom corner to try and release the 4. And now things are going to get tough for him. Releasing the 4 would have meant the cue ball would be around the middle of the table. Closer to the 6 and the 1 at least. Put a lot of side on that cue ball, so that's what's taken the cue ball closer to the bottom cushion on our screen. That's why he's played it like that. That's all he had. Look at that shot that he's just played. As we see this again, not only the pot, he's held the cue ball, gone into another stripe and pot the stripe. He's played that nicely to come out for the 11 to the same pocket. It was the only way he's going to be on that 11 to the pocket is to play it like that. Now leaving the 9 for last, as it will leave him to the black ball to the left center. Position on the 9 though is critical. The pace judgment and the line that you're coming in towards the 9. Now he's gotten up off the shot twice. The 7 just under him, giving him a little bit of issues there. It's not there. The 7. He looks at the 7. I know that feeling all too well. He's so worried about bridging over another ball. Now the attacking shot here, which he's looking at. 5 to the center. Release the 4. He's chosen against that. Instead, coming through that way. Does he have the 6 available? He's done well to get the 9 off the cushion and release the 4, but I don't think he's on much. This is not easy now. The only thing that's there is 4 to the center pocket. It's not there. Yeah, look, the more difficult shot, I think, was to use the 5 to go into the 4, but possibly could have got a better result. Now with the 4 not being there, it does make this 9 easier. The 9 is also off the cushion, so easier for Chen Jie. Executes that shot so well every single time. As you can see, the black ball is available to the center. And he's on it. Now 3 behind, he's fighting. Fighting to keep Wu Zhenyu at 16 and to catch up at least. It's there, 14 points on the board for Chen Zhe. Now Chen Zhe has brought one back, got his 14th point on the board after that frame. It's 16-14, race to 19 in favor of Wu Zhenyu. Coming up on almost 5 hours of play so far. It's back to the softer break, makes a ball. As you see, the 4 ball straight into the center pocket. He's going to be going solids here. Yeah, it's 6 to the center pocket as his opening shot. Now currently at 30 frames played. This is the 31st frame. After 32 frames, we will have another player break. That will be the last one. And this so far is off his break. And it was that softer, more controlled break that he used there that has been working for him throughout this match. Getting a ball in the center pocket, quite an open table. Didn't want to be too close to the 11 there and needed a slight angle on the 2 to drop in behind the black ball on the right side. If he didn't have the angle, he could push over to the left side as well. That's the angle he has. It's just right, just enough. And still so calm, so stress-free. It's there, break and run for Chen Jie, 15 points on the board. The score is 16-15. That's now the 32nd rack, so after this there will be that player break of 5 to 10 minutes. It's 16-15. Wu Zhenyu over Chen Jie. This is a race to 19. Losers bracket round 8. Just 8 players left, 4 players left in this tournament. But this time doesn't make a ball on the break. He's brought it back from 3 down to just 1 down. If he made a ball there, I think we were going to see 16 all at the player break. These players are so evenly matched. We did say at the beginning of this match it was possible that it might go to a deciding frame, that we might see 37 frames being played here. Just approaching 5 hours of play so far. That alone is a feat on its own, you know, to keep your composure and have the mental strength, physical as well, to play a 5+ hour session. Now, how costly is that going to be? It is still an open table here in this 32nd frame. It's got choices, actually. Could go either way here. With solids, the only outlier is really the 2 ball in the balk area. With stripes, it would be the 13, which should pot into the center pocket, even if the 12 wasn't there.
10秒，延时。
Used his extension there though. Added 30 seconds to his 45-second shot clock. You only get one of that per frame. As you can see, he always takes a walk around the table to always check exactly where he needs to be, making certain of his next shots. As you would have noticed, a few rule changes with the 2025 rules here, the Heyball rules. So no more using the magic rack. Also, you can place the cue ball anywhere behind the balk line and break. Before, you had to break from within 16 centimeters from the side cushions. That was called the kitchen. Could only break from then. It had to be on the balk line. Now you can break from anywhere. Also, a legal break before meant it had to be a 4-point break, 4 balls passing the balk line, or a ball potting, 3 balls passing. But at that time we were using the magic rack. Now the reason for the rule change is because the magic rack was becoming a little bit too obvious on the break. Players who'd practiced that could get a ball in 95% of the time at least. And although it was alternate break, it was becoming about who messes up the break just once. That's what we were seeing after a year or so with the magic rack in the finals. You were just seeing an unbelievable number of break and runs because it was getting too easy to pot a ball off the break. Players were using the diagonal break, coming off 2 cushions after hitting the pack with the cue ball, making a ball into the center pocket every single time. So that's why we have changed to the triangle rack, and now it is winner's break format. And personally, from commentary point of view and spectators' point of view, it has definitely added a level of excitement having the triangle rack, because as you can see, there are so many dry breaks, and it means there are multiple visit frames. It's not all just rack and runs, break and runs. There are going to be a few problems on the table, even if a ball doesn't go. But that black ball is there, and the cue ball stays on the table as well. It's there, 16 all. As we go into the 32 frame player break, we all square in this race to 19.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造。以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入澳、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台， 引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为翼，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。
And we are back for what is going to be a very exciting conclusion to this match. Race to 19. Losers bracket round 8. We have Wu Zhenyu against Chen Zhe. It's 16 all at the moment. This time, ball not in on the break. He's won 3 in a row. Previous 3 frames all going his way. Score was 16-13. Very quickly closed the gap as we reach the player break at 32 frames played of a possible 37. Score at the first break was 5-3, then 8 all, 13-11 and 16 all led by Wu Zhenyu. The only time Chen Zhe was leading this match was at 2-1. That's the first and last time that he had any kind of lead. Otherwise, always playing catch up and never having a 2-frame lead, let's say that. That's the second time that a ball has just gone in there. Now, what are the predictions for this match? Effectively a race to 3 now. Both on 16, going to 19. He would say straight away advantage to the person breaking. But being a dry break, it does mean Wu Zhenyu at the table. Now there is a cluster bottom right-hand side of the table. What I do see, though, is that the 11 should be available to the bottom left corner if you can get short side of it. And that would mean the 12 is available to the bottom right, so you actually don't have to go into these. And I do see that he does have the angle to get short side of this 11 ball. And if he lands plumb on the 11, doesn't have to play the 12 from the short side, can play it into the bottom right. What a match this has been between these two players. At the moment, match time 5 hours and 10 minutes. That's the position he has, you can see, available. Landed right in the gap for the 12. And this so far is off his opponent's try break. He's allowed Chen Zhe back to the table. Well, back into the match after being 16-13 up to make it 16 all. But it looks like normal service resumed for Wu Zhenyu at the moment, as he gets a 17th point on the board with another rack and run.
强势金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
What are we in store for these last few frames? So far, 33 frames played of a possible 37. Will we see 37 frames? That means, will we see a decider? At the moment, it is Wu Zhenyu leading 17-16. Now this to get on the hill, but doesn't make a ball. What a time for the dry breaks to come now from both these players. Chen Zhe to the table, and he has to reply. Either a one-visit clearance or a very good safety. Because Wu Zhenyu takes this point and he's on the hill, and then it's going to be tough to stop him. Because at that point, any mistake can cost you the entire match. Taking his time with this one. He's taken his extension as well, which he usually does. First shot of his first visit. It's there, 13 in, stripe secured. You can see why he's taken his time with that first shot. Have a look at the table. This is tough. This is a tough layout to come to. And this is the time in the match where you want things to be easy, but it's not. It's gonna be a fight. You're gonna have to fight for every pot, every point. And the difference between third and fourth place in prize money is 21,000 US dollars. So that's what this match is worth at the moment. Loser of this match gets $20,800 and winner guaranteed $41,600. Second place finisher will be guaranteed $111,000 US, and winner of this tournament, $277,000 US. Now he's come on the short side, and I don't think the 10 goes. I think he was playing on the 12. There we go. We can see, yes, the 10 doesn't go from the short side. Playing on the 12 to then release the 10. Now, cue ball, a roll or two too far. He's going to have to take the 9. It's there. He's got the angle that he wanted in the first place on the 12 a little bit more. But now with the 10 being your last ball on the table after you pot the 12, this has to work out. There's no recovery balls on the table. The pot's not there. He's got the 10 though. Look at the 10. He would have had it to the center pocket. From that angle, that pot was very tough. Add to that trying to do two things with that shot and then trying to control the 10 as well. What a chance this is for Wu Jianyu to possibly get on the hill here. Yeah, and it definitely is life-changing amounts of money at these tournaments. At every station event, that's the prize money. At the Grandmasters final, it's more like $700,000 US. Moves the 3, that's what he wanted to do. It's gone back to the cushion after kissing the 4, but this time it's slightly lower down the cushion at least. At the Grandmasters finals, it's 5 million RMB to the winner, which is $714,000 US. That event I'm talking about is the event held once a year by Joy, the biggest event on the Joy calendar, Grandmasters Finals. You'd have seen 2025, it was in Chengdu, 2024, Qingquandao, and we are waiting for dates to be announced for this year, but usually you're looking at March or April. He's potted quite a few of these throughout this match. 2 of them were black balls that were very similar to this. That was close. That was close. Inside jaw, just a touch. The pace kept it in. Look, you can see he was more worried about the pot there, just getting that pot in. He knew he's going to be okay on the 5 at least. Can see he's just making sure of the pots here, is Wu Jinyu. This has been an amazing match thus far between these two players. What a performance they've put on for us on this TV table. Oh, look at the way he's played that. What a shot that is. Inside of the 12. It's there, he's on the hill. 18 point for Wu Jinyu. 18-16 up against Chenja. That was a fantastic clearance, really was, from Wu Jinyu to get his 18th point. Unfortunate error from Chenja. It was a tough angle he left himself with, and he missed the pot, and that opened the door. Pot's a ball. Another one as well. Now this is when you want to pot a ball on the break, on the hill. 18-16 up, raced 19. Now this is for a place in the losers bracket final, which will be played in 2.5 hours at 6 p.m. later tonight. So the winner of this plays in that match after playing a 5.5 hour plus match here. And we'll be playing against Liu Chengqie. Lost against Wang Yun yesterday, 19-15 on the TV table. Stripes in play. There's a lot of traffic around those two stripes by the center pocket. Yeah, that's how you get rid of some of the traffic, and also left himself on the 14 to the bottom left corner. Now that's a shot that many people wouldn't have played. Would have tried to get around that traffic, you know, play around it. Nice confident pot on that, across for the 12 into the same pocket. He's 4 pots away from winning this match, is Wu Jinyu. More than enough cue power. Look at how easy he makes that look. The reaction on the cue ball, and it's been like that all match. He's able to put that cue ball exactly where he wants it. It's almost there. Almost to the finish line, 2 pots away. If he gets nicely on the black ball, I expect Chen to come to the table and concede. Which he has done, yes. Always see that here in China. What a match that is. Wu Zhenyu makes his way into the losers bracket final. 19-16 over Chen Jie. 5.5 hour thriller match. Unbelievable stuff. Now just down to 3 players left in this tournament. What a match that was. So he'll be playing in 2.5 hours, and we'll be back live in 2.5 hours for the losers bracket final. That will be Wu Zhenyu against Liu Chengqie, race to 19 on the TV table for a place in the grand final. Thank you guys so much for watching and for being with me on the stream. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack from South Africa, and I'll be with you guys in 2.5 hours time. Thank you guys so much. Hope you're enjoying your holidays and having a great new year. Cheers, guys.